Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Aging. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's.
Yeah, they're small.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you, ma'am?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
Oh, we're having a bit of a. Are we ready to get rolling?
We are. Is it correct that there's no one who needs the interpreter?
Just a couple of times. We got some individuals that were kind of asleep, so we took us a minute.
Okay, sounds good. The interpreter may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor. Interpreter disconnecting. Have a good day.
You too.
Okay, let's see if AI log in to user. Okay. Adams, all the stuff over here, like I'm just looking at his introductions. I don't know who he was. Oh, she goes, she found here last night. No, yeah, last night was 75.
Good question.
Good morning. Please state your name, sir.
Alberto Eduardo Flores.
Mr. Flores, this is your review hearing on your warrant out of Maricopa County. It looks like you are still being held here on a local matter. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'm going to set another review hearing for approximately 30 days just to keep track of this Maricopa County warrant. That'll be on March 20th at 9 a.m. If you are released before then, you will not need to worry about this hearing. And if you are still in the Pima County Jail, the jail will make you available for the hearing. If you have been released on the bond that was previously ordered in this matter, then you must arrange to appear on your Maricopa County case in Maricopa County. Do you understand, Mr. Flores?
Yes, Your Honor.
Great, that's all for today.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning. Hotel Mariela Lopez Perez.
Ms. Lopez Perez, this is a review hearing for your warrant out of Bisbee. It looks like you are still being held here on a local matter out of Superior Court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to set another review hearing for the Bisbee warrant. That will be on March 20th at 9 a.m. If you are still here in the Pima County Jail, they'll make you available for the hearing. If you've been released either on bond or to the custody of Cochise County, then you will not need to worry about this hearing. And if you are released on bond, you must arrange to appear on that case in Cochise County. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all for today.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Christopher Wade Tate.
Mr. Tate, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on misdemeanor charges of assault. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I will appoint William Parvin to Peter Gutierrez to represent you. And I am going to set your conditions of release. I have reviewed a little bit of information provided by pretrial services, as well as reviewed the probable cause statement from the arresting agency. I am going to order that you're held in this matter on a bond of $250. That will be cash or secured. If you are released, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim. And your next court date in this case is going to be on Monday, February 23rd at 1 p.m. That's at Pima County Justice Court with Judge Garza. If you are in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing. If you have been released, it'll be your responsibility to appear. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Tate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's all for today.
It's over. Okay. Ready? Here's the say.
Please state your name.
Anna Gilbert.
Thank you. Ms. Gilbert, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of disorderly conduct. 2 counts of that, actually 4 counts of that. 3 of them are domestic violence offenses and 1 of them is not. They are all misdemeanors. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to set your conditions of release this morning. And let's see, I have been provided with a little bit of information from pretrial services about you. And I have also reviewed the probable cause statement from the arresting agency. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your future court dates, would you show up to your future court dates?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if I were to order that you could not have any contact with the alleged victims and you could not return to the incident?
Oh, that's fine. That'll be wonderful. I'll love that.
Okay.
Sorry, I got problems with my family and that's fine. I live with them. Shit. Do it.
All right. So I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear for court. While you're on pretrial release, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no contact with the alleged victims. You generally cannot return to the incident location, except if you were living there, you can return one time with a police escort to obtain your belongings and then establish an alternate address.
And my kid.
If you need assistance with resources and places to go, there is a transition center right outside the jail. You follow the blue line from the exit of the jail over to a trailer, and they can help you locate some resources. Okay, Ms. Gilbert? All right, that's all for today. Thank you.
Compared to a weekend. And the worst one is Monday mornings.
Hello?
Hello, if you are a victim who is waiting for the case that you're involved in to be called, we will call on you when when it's time for you to talk. Otherwise, if you could remain muted till then, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sound check.
Nope. Steady.
Good morning. Please state your name, sir.
Robert Williams.
No. Yeah. Mr. Williams, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on warrants that were issued out of Tucson City Court for previous charges of shoplifting, possession of drug paraphernalia, and criminal trespass. And then you have new charges of shoplifting and criminal trespass. These are all misdemeanor offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed to represent you. We are going to discuss your conditions of release. And sir, if I were to order that you were released today, would you appear for your future court dates?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh, they don't give you your socks in here. My feet are so cold. So
Okay. So I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear. Additional conditions of your release are to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs and have no contact with the alleged victims of the shoplifting or trespassing charges. Do not return to those incident locations. I'm scheduling your next court date as a pretrial conference on March 18th. Sorry, is that wrong? Oh, sorry. I looked at the wrong line on my calendar, sir. You are not going to be released because you have holds in other cases that are not before me today.
oh shit.
So let's see. It looks like you have a hold on a Superior Court case with a $5,000 bond, and then you have a hold on Justice Court cases. All right, so instead, I'm still going to order that you're released on these so that these cases are not holding you, but it changes your court date. Your court date will be March 13th instead of March 18th. And if you are still in custody on those other matters, it will be a non-transport review. And if you have been released, it will be a pretrial conference. And I am going to appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you since you are remaining in custody on other matters. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, warrants can issue for your arrest. The hearings can also go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
I will enter pleas of not guilty on your new charges. You are presumed to be innocent. That's all for today. Thank you.
I'm not getting out. Oh, sorry.
Got that teacher.
And good morning, Judge Tatiana Strada's Public Defender Office will be appearing in all the felony matters.
Thank you.
Mr. Goins over here, please.
Hi there.
Please state your name, sir.
Ma'am, my name Eric Adolphin Venata Goins.
Thank you. Mr. Goins, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on a warrant that was issued on charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, attempted murder, and aggravated assault, temporary but substantial disfigurement. Those are alleged to have occurred on October 28th, 2025. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to discuss your conditions of release in this case. It's my understanding that there is also a DOC hold, so if you were not being held in this case, you would be returned to the Department of Corrections. And I have also reviewed the warrant that was issued, as well as information provided by pretrial services. And the prosecutor's recommendation, they're asking that you be held on this matter on a bond of $100,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And defense.
Judge, we're asking for nominal bond based on the DOC hold.
Thank you. All right. I am going to order that you are held on the bond of $100,000, cash or secured. If you are released because your other matters are cleared up and you post your bond, you'll be released to pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Surrender any firearms that you do possess. Monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial services. No contact with the alleged victim. And your next court date will be scheduled as a preliminary hearing on March 2nd at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Goins?
Yeah, ma'am. You my attorney, right?
We wrote everything down.
So, you my attorney? You my attorney?
So she's representing you for today, but she probably won't be your assigned attorney. Someone from the public defender's office will be assigned to you.
You should God bless you. Hallelujah. Right this way, bro. This next group's gonna be all misdemeanors.
Yeah, we read it.
What?
He won't. Sure, crazy. Expedite accordingly when one moves.
Good morning. Please state your name, sir.
Tyrone Douglas Brady.
Mr. Brady, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on a couple of different matters. You have new charges of criminal trespass, possession of drug paraphernalia, and failure to obey a lawful order that are out of South Tucson City Court. And then you also have several charges out of Tucson City Court that include several counts of possession of drug paraphernalia, criminal trespass, unlawful possession of prescription drugs, solicitation. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to set your conditions of release in these cases today. And I have reviewed a little bit of information provided by pretrial services, as well as the probable cause statement on the new charges, and a look over the files on the city court older charges. On the Tucson City Court matters, I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $500, cash or secured, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victims of the criminal trespass charges. Do not return to those incident locations. And if you remain in custody, your next court date will be a video review on February 27th at 1:45. And if you have been released before then, they will vacate that court date. And instead, your court date will be March 16th at 9 a.m. In Tucson City Court, if you have not yet had an arraignment on some of these charges, today is also your arraignment. So I will let you know that if you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. And I will enter pleas of not guilty on any of the charges for which that has not already occurred. You are presumed to be innocent. That's all on your Tucson City Court matters. And then for the South Tucson matter, in that case, I am going to order that you are held on a bond of $250 cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. No, sorry, that's not right. If you are released, it will be to your promise to appear on that bond. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim of the criminal trespass, and don't return to that incident location. I am going to appoint Michael Vaughn to represent you in that case. And your next court date will be on Monday at 10 a.m. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And that Monday court date in South Tucson City Court will be the same whether you are in custody or out of custody. Okay? You understand, sir?
Yes.
All right, that's all for today.
Case.
Please state your name.
Christopher Cates.
Okay, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of unlawful imprisonment, disorderly conduct, criminal damage, and assault, which are all misdemeanor domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed to represent you. We are going to discuss your conditions of release today. And to prepare for that, I have reviewed the probable cause statement from the arresting agency. And I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services about you. I am going to order that you are held on a bond of $500 in this matter that will be cash or secured. If you post your bond and are released, you may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence. You may not return to the incident location. And you must establish an alternate address if you were living there. You may return one time with a police escort to pick up your belongings. You'll take my order to the nearest police station to the residence, and they will escort you there to obtain your belongings. I will appoint Peter Gutierrez to represent you. And your next court date is scheduled for Monday at 1 p.m. with Judge Garza at Pima County Justice Court. That court date remains the same whether you are still in custody or if you have posted your bond and been released. And if you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Cates?
Yep.
That's all for today.
Read.
Good morning.
Hey. This cabinets.
All right, please state your name.
Samantha Green.
Ms. Green, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on a couple of different matters. You have a warrant out of Pima County Justice Court on charges from July of 2025 of shoplifting. Those are misdemeanor charges. You also have warrants out of Tucson City Court on several different misdemeanor cases that include charges of criminal trespass, possession of drug paraphernalia, resisting arrest, removing a shopping cart, shoplifting, and then a new charge of resisting arrest.
Yeah.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. In the Tucson City Court case, I am appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. And we are going to set your conditions of release. I have reviewed a little bit of information provided by pretrial services, as well as looked over the files in your Tucson City Court cases and the warrant in the Justice Court matter. I am going to order in Tucson City Court that you're held on a bond of $500, cash or secured, no alcohol or illegal drugs. No contact with the alleged victims of the criminal trespass or shoplifting charges. Do not return to those locations. And your next court date, if you remain in custody, will be February 27th at 1:45 for a video review. If you've posted your bond and been released before then, they will vacate that court date, and instead your court date will be on March 23rd at 2:30 in the afternoon for a pretrial conference. If you fail to appear for any future court dates in Tucson City Court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Ms. Green?
Yes.
And then on any of your Tucson City Court charges where it has not yet happened, I will enter pleas of not guilty. You are presumed to be innocent.
Thank you.
Then we'll turn to that Justice Court matter. And on that case, I will order that you're released on your promise to appear for court. Your next court date will be scheduled as an arraignment on March 2nd at 8:30 in the morning. If you are still in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing. If you have been released, it will be your responsibility to appear. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then no contact with the alleged victims of the shoplifting. Do not return to that incident location. That's all for today, Ms. Green. I didn't see that one in there. Do you need me to write anything else on it? Please state your name.
Vanessa Madrigal.
Ms. Madrigal, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on a warrant out of Pima County Justice Court for charges of shoplifting and criminal trespass from June of 2025 and then failing to appear for court in July of 2025. And wait a minute. Yep. All right. And then you also have a Tucson City Court matter involving charges of criminal trespass. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. And we are going to set your conditions of release on both of these cases. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your court dates, would you appear for your court dates?
Yes.
So on your Pima County Justice Court matter, I'm going to order that you are released on your promise to appear. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim, do not return to the incident location. And in Pima County Justice Court, your next court date will be March 2nd at 8 p.m. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then on your Tucson City Court matter, I will also order that you are released on your promise to appear. Your next court date will be on March 16th at 9 a.m. for a pretrial conference with Judge Hale at Tucson City Court. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim of the criminal trespass, do not return to the incident location. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Ms. Madrigal?
Yes.
That's all for today. Oh, no, you only want this one. Please state your name.
Andrea Selleck.
Ms. Selleck, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of disorderly conduct, which is a domestic violence misdemeanor offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to discuss your conditions of release. And I have reviewed the probable cause statement from the arresting agency, as well as the intimate partner risk assessment they completed. And I have been provided with some information about you by pretrial services. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court dates, Ms. Selleck?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I will order that you're released on your promise to appear. As conditions of your release, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no contact with the alleged victim, don't go to their residence or workplace. And your next court date will be scheduled as a domestic violence arraignment on March 2nd at 10:30 in the morning. That is with Judge Foreman at Pima County Justice Court. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, warrants can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Ms. Selleck?
I do, Your Honor, and I have something to ask, please, if I could.
Sure, go ahead.
My vehicle is at the residence, and I was wondering if I could please ask the sheriff's department to escort me to please get my vehicle.
Yes, I will put that in the order.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome. That's all for today.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Karen?
Please state your name. Ms. Kincannon. Ms. Kincannon, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of criminal damage and disorderly conduct. Those are both domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to set your conditions of release this morning. I have reviewed the officer's narrative describing the circumstances surrounding your arrest, and I have also reviewed a little bit of information about you by pretrial services. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear for your future court dates?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And if I ordered that you could not have any contact with Daniel Hopkins until further order of the court, would you abide by that order?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I will order that you are released on your promise to appear for future court dates. No, as conditions of your release, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no contact with Mr. Hopkins, do not go to his residence or workplace. If you were living together, you may return one time with a police escort to obtain your necessary personal belongings. You'll take my order to the closest police station to the residence, and they will escort you there to obtain your belongings, and then you must establish an alternate address. Your next court date will be on March 31st at 1:30. That's with Judge Millian at Tucson City Court for a domestic violence arraignment. If you fail to appear for future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial, and if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent. That's all for today.
Doctor? That's right there.
Please state your name.
Daniel Gazier.
Mr. Gauthier, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on warrants out of Tucson City Court on a number of charges, including criminal trespass, shoplifting, possession of drug paraphernalia, obstruction, assault, resisting arrest, and disobeying a lawful order. You also have new charges of criminal trespass, reckless burning, and obstruction. These are all misdemeanor offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I will appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. We are going to set your conditions of release. I have reviewed the file as well as the officer's narrative for the new charges. And I have also been provided with a little bit of information by pretrial services. It's my understanding that you are currently being held on a matter out of Superior Court. So regardless of what I ordered today, you would not be released from custody until that matter was resolved. I am going to order that on these Tucson City Court matters, you're held on a bond of $1,000, cash or secured. Your additional conditions of release, if you post your bond, are no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victims of the criminal trespass, shoplifting, assault charges, and do not return to those incident locations. I will appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you, and your next court date, if you remain in custody, will be on February 27th at 1:45. And then if you have been released before that date, they'll vacate that hearing, and instead your court date will be March 23rd at 2:30. Either way, that's with Judge Verena at Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, the warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial, and if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, Mr. Gauthier? You don't? Okay. Do you have questions about those consequences? Okay. And then I will enter pleas of not guilty on your new misdemeanor charges. You are presumed to be innocent. That's all for today, sir. Sorry, that was awkward.
Go man, you're up. Doctor, I'll go now.
Yeah.
Have a seat.
Okay.
All right, please state your name.
Betsy Gomez.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. This is your initial appearance on misdemeanor charges of resisting arrest and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice. Under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to set your conditions of release. It's my understanding that you are also being held on a probation violation out of a justice court case. That is not before me this morning, so regardless of what I order in this case, you will not be released until that is cleared up. I am going to order in this case that you're released on your promise to appear for future court dates. As additional conditions of your release, you may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. Because you are being held in another matter, I am going to appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you in this Tucson City Court case. And I'll set your next court date on March 13th at 9 a.m. for a non-transport review. If you have been released, that will be a pretrial conference. Either way, it's with Judge Maldonado from Tucson City Court. And if you are still in custody, the jail will. Actually, I think for that one, your attorney just appears on your behalf if you're still in custody. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can also go forward without you. That includes your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand those consequences of failing to appear for court, Ms. Gomez? All right, I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent, and that's all for today.
Okay, so I'll be released today.
So I'm not holding you on these charges, but you're being held on other charges that are not in front of me. So if you are still being held on that other case out of justice court, then you're going to remain in custody.
Okay, so how long will I till I get out?
I don't
Like
know.
where,
because-
if I have a hold, such as if I'm supposed to be in, if I'm a violation of probation at Estrella, where am I locked up here for?
Oh, if you're,
For
so I don't know anything about your probation violation case except that it's not in front of me today and that you have it. So if it's in another jurisdiction, then they'll release you to that jurisdiction.
okay, so what am I locked up now for? That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So you were
Ask you, Emily.
So you were arrested and you're seeing me on these misdemeanor charges out of Tucson City Court that were, I think, I already passed your file away, but it was resisting arrest and drug paraphernalia. And that I'm ordering that you're not held on. So you're not being held on that, but you're being held on a probation violation that is not in front of me today. Okay, I just know that it exists, but I don't know anything else about it. So you'll continue to be held on that. And if it's here in Pima County, then you'll be held here in Pima County. If it's somewhere else, then you'll probably be transferred somewhere else. Okay?
Yeah, because I'm not from Pima. That's
Okay.
what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, if your probation violation is out of another county, they'll transfer you to that county.
Okay, yeah. Can you work on that for me today? Thank
I
you
can-
so much.
I cannot, but good luck.
Huh? You can what?
I cannot.
You cannot?
It's not in front of me today. I don't have any authority over it.
They advise the other county. It's not extension.
Oh, okay. I was trying to figure that out because I was like, what the fuck? All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Or take it, you're up next.
Damn, look at my motherfucking.
Come
I'm losing. Huh?
I don't hear.
No, I know. What's your name? What's your name again? This is Judge.
Judge Monroe,
All right, you have a good day.
thank you. Good morning. Please state your name.
Alicia Ortega.
Ms. Ortega, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on a warrant that was issued out of Tucson City Court on charges of assault and disorderly conduct, which are domestic violence misdemeanors. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to set your conditions of release today. It looks like this case has been going on since 2021.
Yes, it has.
And I see that you have appeared for some of your hearings, but
Yeah, when it first happened, it got dropped. They had told me it dropped. And then the second time I got my warrant for my arrest or whatever, I only found out about it because I applied at an apartment. And then I had to go and
okay.
figure it out. Yeah.
So there are a couple of minute entries in the case that suggest that the state offered you a diversion agreement, and
Yeah, but
you were
I never got back to that because I lost my job and then like a lot of stuff just started happening.
okay.
So I never went back, which I should have, and we scheduled it, but yeah.
All right. So, Ms. Ortega, if I release you today, are you going to show up to the court date that I give you?
Yes.
All right. I am going to give you
Can
that
you make it
opportunity.
like I'm sorry, can you make it like an afternoon?
Well, it is actually. I have to go with the dates
Okay.
they give me, but
Okay.
it is going to be on March 16th at 2:30 in the afternoon.
That sounds good.
That's the day before St. Patrick's Day to help you remember. It's in front of Judge Maldonado at Tucson City Court. All right. If you fail to appear, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. Do you understand? Okay. That's all for today.
That's all.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Wyatt Saul.
Mr. Stahl, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on new charges of assault, criminal damage, and disorderly conduct. These are all domestic violence misdemeanor offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and under certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We are going to set your conditions of release today, and I have reviewed the officer's narrative from the arresting agency. I've also reviewed information provided about you by pretrial services. Just double check. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your future court dates, would you appear for your future court date?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if I also ordered that you could not have any contact with Prophecy Browning until further order of the court, would you abide by that order?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I will order that you're released on your promise to appear. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no contact with Miss Browning. Do not go to her residence or workplace. I think you were living there, so you may return one time with a police escort to obtain your necessary belongings. You'll take my court order to the closest police station and they'll escort you to obtain the belongings, and then you must establish an alternate address. If you need help with resources for places to go, there is a transition center in a trailer outside the jail. They can help you with some resources. And then if you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you. That includes your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for your sentencing hearing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Great. Your next court date is going to be on March 31st at 1:30. And I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent. And that's all for today.
Your Honor, I have a couple of questions real quickly, please.
Okay.
I have all my belongings at that house, including my vehicle, and if I could get a police escort so I could get my stuff.
Yep, I ordered that.
Okay, and am I not allowed back to my house until the 31st?
So the 31st is your next court date, so that is an opportunity for the judge to change that order if appropriate. Either you or the state, the prosecutor's office, if they felt it was appropriate, could also file a motion to be heard before then.
My animals will die.
So, sir, it's my understanding that you were living there with the alleged victim. Is that correct?
Correct. It's my house.
Okay.
I own the house.
Okay. So when it comes to this, these kind of relatively short-term issues of a crime or an order of protection, Generally, we're going to prioritize the safety of the victim. And so if you are alleged to have committed a crime against them, then even if you're the owner of the house, but they also reside there, we're going to order that you can't be there for a certain period of time. Right now, I'm ordering until further order of the court. But if the victim moves out of that residence, then you would be able to go back, because I'm not ordering that you can't go to the incident location. I'm only ordering that you cannot go wherever the alleged victim, Miss Browning, is residing. Okay, so if
Oh,
she were to move out and you knew that, then you could go back. But you were not allowed to have contact with her.
so can I contact her mother or father to get, because I know she's at her father's, and so she's moved out already. Can I return to my house then?
If you have confirmation that she has moved out, then you can return to your home.
Okay, and how do I get that? Should I get it in writing? Like, is it text okay?
I can't give you
Text message.
advice about how to do it. Just make sure you don't have any contact directly with Miss Browning, and or any indirect contact where like you tell someone to tell her something or tell someone to ask her something. And otherwise you'll be okay. And even if you can't return to your home to live, you could return to pick up your animals with that police escort, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck, sir.
Man,
Good morning, please state your name.
Mr. Earl Smith.
Mr. Smith, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on a number of charges out of Tucson City Court. They are all misdemeanors. It includes 3 counts of assault, 1 count of criminal damage, 1 count of shoplifting, 3 counts of exposure, 2 counts of 4 counts of disorderly conduct. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. We are going to set your conditions of release this morning, and I have reviewed the probable cause statements in the officer's narrative. I have also reviewed a very small amount of information provided by pretrial services. Let me see. And based on the information before me today, sir, I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $500, cash or secured. If you are able to post your bond and be released, there are additional conditions of your release. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact of any kind with the alleged victims, do not return to the incident location, which is the target. And I am appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. I'm also ordering that you comply with any evaluations that are offered by jail staff while you remain in custody. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, sir, I need to advise you that a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward without you, including your trial. And if you are found guilty and fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal of your conviction. I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent. Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, sir?
Can I say something?
Do you have a question?
Yes, I was drunk. I don't remember nothing
Okay.
at all whatsoever. So I'm like,
Can I remind you that you have the right to remain silent and anything you say can and will be used against you? Yeah.
okay. A question about the bond.
Yeah.
About the bond. Is it possible I'll be released tomorrow because I have my kids. I have my kids are at my mom's house and I have to go pick them up. That's why I'm like really like, oh my God. I can't, like, really, please, I'm begging.
Sir, today I am not going to change my order, but you are being appointed an attorney. They can file a motion to ask your assigned judge to change the conditions of release. You will be assigned to Judge Cranshaw at Tucson City Court, okay?
When let's put it.
So the court date I'm setting is February 27th, but your attorney could also always ask for a sooner one.
Okay.
All right, good luck, sir. That's all for today.
Hold on.
No, this is out in charge.
Oh, okay.
Please state your name, sir.
Luis Martín Alcantar.
Mr. Alcantar, this is your initial appearance. You are here this morning on a warrant that was issued pursuant to a direct indictment on charges of murder in the first degree. It looks like that is charged a couple of different ways: conspiracy, armed robbery with a deadly weapon, and aggravated robbery. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. Is it Alcantar, the public defender? Yes. Okay. I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you in this case, and you also have an attorney with you for the purposes of this morning's hearing. At this morning's hearing, we are going to set your conditions of release on this set of charges. I have reviewed the warrant. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know a little bit more about you. It also indicates that there is a DOC hold. So regardless of what I ordered in this case, you would not be released until that was resolved. And I have reviewed the Pima County Attorney's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $1 million, cash or secured. Would the state like to be heard further?
Your Honor, the only thing that I'll reiterate as I said in the recommendation, is that this occurred while he had absconded from community supervision from the Department of Corrections. And if he's receives a bond in which he can post and he could be released, his recent history shows that crimes of violence will occur.
Thank you. And defense.
Our defense position, like $1 million bond is excessive. He already has DOC hold, so he's not going anywhere. We're asking for a reasonable bond.
Thank you. I am going to order the bond of $1 million, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. Monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. If you do possess any weapons, you must surrender them to local law enforcement. No contact with the alleged victims or their families. Do not go to the incident location. And if you are released, contact your assigned probation officer on the first working day following release from custody. Your next court date will be scheduled as an arraignment on February 27th at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, warrants can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Alcantar?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's all for today.
Oh, speak first.
Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Austin James Segrist.
Mr. Segrist, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of possession of a dangerous drug for sale, conspiracy to commit misconduct involving dangerous drugs. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the legal defender's office to represent you. Upon review of the interim complaint, and because the officer wasn't able to provide any additional information today, I did not find probable cause for these charges. Would the state like me to set a preliminary hearing, or would the state like to dismiss for today?
She's also.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Moser, were you reading over it, like me to proceed, or were you muted?
Oh, sorry, I must have missed it. I don't have anything to add to my recommendation, Your Honor.
Oh, okay,
I
sorry.
apologize.
What I said was that I did not find probable cause for any of these charges today, so I am going to release Mr. Segrest, and I was asking you if you wanted me to dismiss the charges today, or if you wanted me to set a preliminary hearing.
If there's no probable cause, then there's going to be no need to put a preliminary hearing on.
Okay. It's generally I only dismiss if you ask me to. I know you can refile the charges with better information in the future. Is that what you would like me to do, or I have to do one or the other?
Yes, yeah. If you don't find probable cause today, then the inter complaint has to be dismissed, and so that's what we would ask you to do.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I am dismissing the charges today, Mr. Segrest, and that is all for today. Keep an eye out because the state may refile these charges.
God bless you. Have a good day. You guys see this?
You know what, actually, it is because I forgot.
You're right.
If there's an argument, then I don't dismiss, but if I don't find probable cause from the very beginning, then I do dismiss. I just forgot because that doesn't happen that often. Yeah. Please state your name, sir.
Michael White.
Mr. White, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on two different types of charges that are class 2 felonies, and there's 4 separate counts. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you, and we are going to determine your conditions of release today. I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding the charges. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services about you that lets me know whether you have any prior felony convictions. It also lets me know what information you were able to provide regarding your ties to the community or any references, as well as their assessments and recommendations. And I have reviewed the state's recommendation. The state is requesting that you be held on a bond of $75,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Great. And defense.
Yes, Judge, very briefly, we're asking for a reasonable bond. He does has one prior felony conviction, but it's from over 10 years ago. He does has a stable job, and he's been living in Tucson for the last 24 years, and that information was verified by the pretrial services.
Thank you. It's my understanding that a victim representative is present but does not wish to be heard today. I am going to order, sir, that you're held on a bond of $100,000 cash or secured. If you post your bond and are released, the additional conditions are that you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no firearms or weapons, and surrender any firearms that you do possess. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not go to the victim's residence or workplace. You may return one time with a police escort to pick up your belongings. You'll take my order to the nearest police station to, and then they will escort you to the residence. And no unsupervised contact with minors. I'll set your preliminary hearing for March 2nd at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, warrants can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. White?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that's all for today.
You set us the whole time, and you gotta give me look for you. Box thing, man. Go down the steps, I'm okay. Sir, first man.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Juan Xavier Ballesteros Jr.
Mr. Ballesteros, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of possession of a dangerous drug and possession of a dangerous drug for sale. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. Who does Ballesteros have? That's okay. It is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you, and we will set your conditions of release this morning. I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding your arrest. I have also reviewed information provided about you by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any previous felony convictions and information about your ties to the community, any references, and their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the prosecutor's recommendation, and they are asking that you be held on a bond of $5,000 in this case. Would the state like to be heard further?
Just to reiterate, the reason for the $5,000 bond is that there's 2 cases he's on probation for at the current.
Thank you, and we'll just double check with the jail that no probation holds have been entered as of yet. Okay, and defense.
Judge, we're asking for the nominal bond because I assume she's gonna have initial appearance on probation violation and probably gonna be held on those charges as well.
Am I getting released?
I'm about to decide that, sir.
Okay.
So I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $5,000 cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. Monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And contact your assigned probation officer on the first working day following release from custody. I will set your preliminary hearing on March 2nd at 1:30, and if you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand that, Mr. Ballesteros?
Yeah.
All right, that's all for today. Thank you.
Abstain. Bustamante.
Yes, 5,000.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Francisco Bustamante.
Mr. Bustamante, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of possession of a dangerous drug, possession of a dangerous drug for sale, and conspiracy to commit misconduct involving drugs. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. You also have counsel seated with you for today's purposes. We are going to discuss your conditions of release, and I have reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances surrounding your arrest. I have also reviewed information from pretrial services about you, as well as the state's recommendation. The prosecutor is recommending that you be released to the supervision of pretrial services. Would the state like to be heard any further?
No, Your Honor.
And defense?
We are in agreement with the state.
Okay. So I am going to order, sir, that you are released on your promise to appear for court, no alcohol or illegal drugs, monitoring or treatment as, sorry, I'm ordering that you're released to pretrial services supervision, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with Austin Segrist. And your preliminary hearing will be scheduled for March 12th at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Bustamante?
Yes.
All right, that's all for today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name, sir.
William Leo Martin.
Mr. Martin, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on felony charges of possession of a firearm by a prohibited possessor. And then you also had a misdemeanor warrant that was issued out of Pima County Justice Court on a shoplifting charge from August of 2025. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. Is he the PD? And I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you. We are going to discuss your conditions of release this morning. You have counsel seated with you for that purpose. I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding your arrest. And I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services. That lets me know whether you have any prior felony convictions. It also lets me know what information you were able to provide regarding your ties to the community or any references. And it contains their assessments and recommendations. It looks like there's also a probation hold that has been entered, and you are being held without bond currently on that probation hold. So you would not be released today regardless of what I order in the case that is before me, these new charges or the shoplifting warrant. Finally, I have reviewed the county attorney's recommendation. They are recommending that you be held on a bond of $30,000. And would the state like to be heard any further?
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
Just a nominal bond because he's already held.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to order a bond of $10,000 cash or secured in this case. No, if you are released, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. If you do possess any firearms, you must surrender them to local law enforcement. And I will set your preliminary hearing for March 2nd at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then turning to the misdemeanor, I'm just going to order that you're held on a bond of $50, cash or secured in that case. And your next hearing will be on Monday at 1 p.m. That's with Judge Garza at Pima County Justice Court. And I will appoint Peter Gutierrez to represent you in that misdemeanor case. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim of the shoplifting, and don't return to that incident location. If you fail to appear for future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest and the misdemeanor as well. Do you understand, Mr. Martin?
No.
All for today.
And Judge, for Mr. Montgomery, would you have a probable challenge, probable cause challenge?
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So let me get started here. Please state your name, sir.
Russell John Montgomery.
All right, and Mr. Montgomery, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here on 4 counts of disorderly conduct, which is a domestic violence offense. It is charged as a misdemeanor, and then 1 count of aggravated driving under the influence, which is charged as a felony. You have the right to remain silent on all of these charges. Anything you say can and will be used against you. And you do have counsel seated with you for today's hearing. The purposes of today's hearing include determining probable cause and setting your conditions of release on these charges. In my initial review earlier, I did find probable cause for the disorderly conduct domestic violence charges. I did not find probable cause for the aggravated driving under the influence charge. And
Your
then,
Honor, I'm not surprised by that. I'm not going to make any argument about that.
okay, thank you. And did you have a recommendation for conditions of release on the disorderly conduct charges?
Your Honor, that I recommended pretrial services. He's NCA 1, FTA 1. I don't know if there's a victim rep on the line. I heard something before we started this.
There is, and so
Yes, I'm here.
it's my understanding that you would like to be heard. What is your name?
Lupe Gutierrez.
All right, Ms. Gutierrez, what would you like me to know?
His drinking problem. And it's abuse towards me.
Okay.
That's it.
Do you object to his release from custody?
No.
And do you want me to order that he's not allowed to have any contact with you?
Yeah. No, that's not necessary.
And do you want me to order that he is not allowed to come to your home?
He lives here. This is part of his land, so I don't know what to say.
Great. So I have cases very frequently where the victim and the defendant live together. And I frequently order that the defendant is not allowed to return there until further order of the court if there is a safety concern. And so you indicated to me that he has a drinking problem and that he has abused you. And
Not hitting you.
let me tell you, Ms. Gutierrez, that today all I am deciding is whether he gets released from jail today and if there are any conditions on his release and what those conditions are. So his guilt or innocence and his sentencing, all of that is for another day. But today is, are you asking me to put in place any particular orders regarding his conditions of release?
No.
Okay. All right. And then would the defense like to be heard?
Just as long as he is allowed to come back to his residence and reside there.
So for today, sir, I am going to order that you're released to pretrial services. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence, and you must submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. Your next court date will be scheduled as a preliminary hearing on March 12th at 1 p.m. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And your court date is in Green Valley Justice Court. I don't think I said that earlier. All right, that's all for today.
And Judge, just clarification, because you did appoint public defender office and we do not cover Green Valley.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Yes. Okay. So I actually think that this is going to cause a number of issues because there are only misdemeanor charges remaining, if I understand the interim complaint correctly. And the clerk says that usually if we are dismissing the only felony, the entire case would get dismissed and the state would refile the misdemeanors separately because they're generally handled differently. Mr. Moser, do you have any input on that? I know it's an unusual situation.
Yeah, I'm not here appearing on the misdemeanors, this does look like it would be a case in Green Valley, and how it normally, the normal course of business. Let's see.
Judge, my suggestion would be for the police officer who issued the report to issue citation for
I understand that, but the charges have been filed and I do have probable cause for these charges. And so I'm finding out how the prosecuting authority would like me to handle the situation.
I don't know how they handle it in Green Valley. I don't know the logistical paperwork, but if there is, there is an interim complaint, there is PC. No, I think the case gets transferred to Green Valley Justice Court.
Okay,
And maybe
we can change.
maybe they'll tell me I'm wrong.
Okay, so we
but
can change.
I don't
the
know
term.
enough about it.
So I know it's a relatively recent change. I think that Green Valley Justice Court handles their own felonies instead of having their felonies be sent here, like they do the preliminary hearing for the felonies. I think that's only been the last few months. So if it were a felony case, the public defender would go to Green Valley. Is that correct?
Yes.
For a felony
Well, no.
preliminary hearing or no?
So we don't do the preliminary hearings in Green Valley. If we had to do one, the jurisdiction wouldn't be in Green Valley. We almost always do grand jury indictments. How this might play out if you don't dismiss it, it will be he'll have an arraignment at the time of an arraignment in Green Valley if the court feels it's appropriate or we're seeking jail time, which we probably aren't. But if the court feels it appropriate, they will appoint an attorney, and they have a list of contract attorneys in Green Valley that they work with who could be appointed to represent Mr. Montgomery if that were to happen.
Okay, so we can change the court date to a misdemeanor court date. That'll be February 26th at 8:30 in the morning. And I am going to go ahead and appoint an attorney just because it's an unusual circumstance. And so I will appoint Robin Ald to represent the defendant in Green Valley. And the clerk is making those corrections on the paperwork, and that's all for today. Robin Ald.
It will give you a big one. It was 48.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Judge, for this client, we also have a probable cause challenge for the DUI
Okay,
challenge.
all right. Please state your name, sir.
Francisco Pelayo.
Mr. Pelayo, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of aggravated assault and driving under the influence. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the legal defender's office to represent you. We are going to determine your conditions of release, and I am going to hear a probable cause argument in this case. You do have counsel seated with you for that purpose. I have reviewed the interim complaint, and I did find probable cause for both charges in my initial review, but that does not mean my mind won't be changed by an argument. But that does put us in a different procedural posture, I think. And then I'll go ahead and hear that argument from the defense now.
Yes, Judge, he's charged specifically DUI marijuana, and all the testing that was done related to the DUI alcohol. For example, he had HDN test, and the police officer should be aware that it has nothing, no validity, and no any kind of reliability for the marijuana or drug impairment. Same thing for the FDS test, and same thing, for example, descriptions that his eyes were bloodshot and watery. It has only relatively relevance to the alcohol sign of the impairment. Our office, our defender office, has successfully challenged HDA and field sobriety test as marijuana or any drug impairment insufficient to determine possible kind of impairment while driving. The only thing would have been making difference if they would call DR specialist who would done specific DR investigation for the marijuana impairment, and then it would have made a difference. And because of that, because those tests were not reliable, you cannot rely on them in determining probable cause as well.
Thank you. Mr. Moser, would you like to make an argument in response?
Well, he did hit a pedestrian, and that can show impairment. And he did 4 out of 8, I think it was 4 out of 8 on the walk and turn. And so there was some impairment cues noted.
Thank you. So based on the information and the totality of the information, including the presence of marijuana, the strong smell, and the fact that a pedestrian was struck, and generally the totality of the circumstances, I do find probable cause. It may be the case that those arguments don't get us all the way to beyond a reasonable doubt, but for today, I do find probable cause, and we'll move forward with the case. And then I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which tells me a little bit more about you, Mr. Pelayo, including whether you have any prior felony convictions and what information you were able to provide regarding your ties to the community. It also contains their assessments and recommendations. And I have reviewed the county attorney's recommendation. They are recommending a bond of $25,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Oh, yeah.
And defense.
Yes, Judge, we're asking for the pretrial services release, because he does has verified address. His mother talked to the pretrial services, verified the address. She also verified that he has full-time employment installation, for the solar installation, and he is welcome home.
All right, I am going to order a bond of $20,000 cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. Monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim. Your preliminary hearing will be scheduled for March 2nd at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Palayo?
Yes.
All right, that's all for today.
Stay.
Yes.
Just. It's secured. Ransom?
And Judge, for Mr. Ransom, we also have a probable cause challenge.
Okay. All right, please state your name, sir.
Gregory Ransom.
Mr. Ransom, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of aggravated assault, which is a domestic violence felony offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, defender's office to represent you. We are going to I am going to hear your probable cause argument first. So we'll go ahead and do that.
Yes, Judge, he is charged with aggravated assault, deadly weapon, in particular, displaying the allegedly gun to his girlfriend. However, her probable cause statement specifically said it's a possible gun, and she also specifically said that she did not see a gun. So there is nobody else saw the gun that day. Obviously, he came to her residence. She didn't see him with a gun when he came. She didn't see him with a gun when he left. When he was apprehended, there was no gun on him either. If there was any kind of arguments over there between parties, that's a misdemeanor disorderly conduct, but it doesn't raise to the level of the felony with a weapon.
Thank you. And Mr. Moser.
I believe she said she believed it was a gun, even though she didn't see it. And I think there was a neighbor that has said that the defendant is known to have a gun, and he did hear defendant threaten to shoot somebody. And the totality of the circumstances there, I think there is probable cause. It's not a trial beyond a reasonable doubt. I think we'd have some issues, but probable cause, I think there's enough here to move this case forward.
Thank you. I do agree with the state that there is probable cause given the totality of the information provided by the interim complaint. So I do find probable cause for the charge. To determine your conditions of release, sir, I have reviewed that interim complaint that we've just been discussing. I've also reviewed information provided by pretrial services. That lets me know whether you have any prior felony convictions. It also lets me know what information you were able to provide regarding your ties to the community or any references, as well as their assessments and recommendations. And I have reviewed the state's recommendation. The prosecutor is asking that you be held on a bond of $50,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
No, Your Honor. Well, I read in the pretrial service report, the victim stated she welcomes further contact and she doesn't have objection to his release. I do have concerns because there have been prior cases where there's been accusations of a firearm and we haven't found the firearm, and those firearms have been used to victimize the victim, and then in one case resulted in a murder-suicide of the victim. So I get very concerned when I see domestic violence cases like this, and we haven't recovered the firearm. So I just wanted to know what the victim stated, but also what my concerns are.
Thank you. And defense.
Yes, Judge, if you look at the incident complaint, it's happened on the 15th. We right now on the 20th, he got apprehended 4 days after that. So obviously it took police 4 days to investigate that. For that time, they could have found Mr. Ransom, search his residence, located the gun. Obviously they didn't. If they were, then he would have charged with prohibited possessor. So there was no weapon over there involved. We're asking for the pretrial services release, specifically knowing the victim's statement that she welcomes him back.
Thank you. All right, I will order, sir, that you're held on a bond of $25,000. Oh, did we on this one? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we do. We actually have the victim and the victim would like to be heard. Sorry, with all of the other arguments, I lost track of that. So before I make my decision, I will hear from the victim. Ms. Stafford, are you present? You may need to hit *6 to unmute yourself. All right, I think you did it. I should be able to hear you if you speak now.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. What would you like me to know before I decide Mr. Ransom's conditions of release?
I went to the doctor this morning and found out I was pregnant, so we're expecting a child. So that's probably the reason why we had an argument, because my hormones was out of whack. And I want him to be released and come home with me. I wanted to be dropped because we were just having an argument.
Okay.
But I didn't know I was pregnant as well. So the hormones was probably just a little bit higher than what they should have been.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Stepp. All right. Sir, I'm going to order that you're held on a bond of $20,000, cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. Monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. If you do possess any firearms, you must surrender them to local law enforcement. You may have contact with the alleged victim, but you may not go to her residence or workplace. And your next court date will be scheduled as a preliminary hearing on March 2nd at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all for today.
Judge, can you give me one moment, please?
Of course, yeah.
So wait.
Please state your name, sir.
Austin Craig Wayman.
Mr. Wayman, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on a couple of different matters. You have new felony charges of disorderly conduct with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. You also have some Tucson City Court matters that were in failure to appear status, including charges of shoplifting, possession of drug paraphernalia, and an animal tie-out charge. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the felony matter. I am appointing the public defender's office to represent you. And we are going to determine your conditions of release in all matters today. I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding your arrest. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services that lets me know whether you have any prior felony history. It also lets me know what information you were able to provide regarding your ties to the community or any references. It looks like they weren't able to speak with you. And then it also contains their assessments and recommendations. Finally, I have reviewed the prosecutor's recommendation. They are asking that you be held on a bond of $10,000. Would the state like to be heard any further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And defense.
Judge, we asking either pretrial services release or the nominal bond.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Wayment, for the felony, I am going to order that you are held on a bond of $5,000 cash or secured. If you are released, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services. You will be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And,
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Judge, 1 second, please.
of course.
Judge, one more argument. Mr. Wyman did notice that pretrial services, because they didn't talk to him, didn't have incorrect information about him. So he does has a full-time employment. He does work with the Highest West Direct, even though it's a temporary agency, but he does work for them. So he's asking again to consider pretrial services release because they did not have this information when they made a report.
Thank you. All right, I am going to order that the bond is $3,000 cash and secured, and all the other orders will remain the same. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the incident location. And I'll set your preliminary hearing for March 2nd at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. In the Tucson City Court matters, I will order that you're released on your promise to appear. No alcohol or illegal substances, no contact with the alleged victim of the shoplifting, do not return to the incident location, and I will appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. In that case, your next court date will be March 13th at 9 a.m. That will be a non-transport review if you are still in custody and a pretrial conference if you have been released. Either way, it will be with Judge Verena at Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Wayman? I know you don't agree, but do you understand what I've told you about the consequences?
Oh, I never, I disagree with the judge. I'm just trying to review what is being expected of me here.
It's just you one conviction in the next few weeks days.
What about the 312 one she just said, 330?
So that's one hearing. This is another. This is for the state.
Okay.
Think you can make one.
Oh, I think you understand what's being said to me.
All right, that's all for today, sir.
Mr. Wilkins, you're up.
Judge, for Mr. Wilkins, will also have a probable cause challenge.
Okay.
All the way out this way. All the way out. Oh, you're right.
Right. Please state your name, sir.
Fergus Wilkins.
Mr. Wilkins, this is your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of possession of a narcotic drug, possession of a weapon during a narcotics offense, and possession of a weapon by a prohibited possessor. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the public defender's office to represent you. You also have counsel seated with you for the purposes of today's hearing. Counsel, you may go ahead with your probable cause argument.
Yes, Judge, it's only for one count for the narcotic drug offense, because like he has the 2 possessions of the drugs over there, one of them is fentanyl, and it's only M30 pill that was not tested. The challenge is that we do not know what it is without being tested, while the other substance was tested.
Okay. I do find probable cause based on the description of the pill, and then we will determine your conditions of release, sir. And I have reviewed the interim complaint. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any prior felony convictions. It also lets me know what information you were able to provide regarding your ties to the community or any references, as well as their assessments and recommendations. I do note from my review of that information that you were on pretrial release for a separate felony charge at the time that this is alleged to have occurred. And I have also reviewed the state's recommendation, which is that you be held on a bond of $50,000 in this case. And it also looks like you are being held on another matter that is not before me today. Would the state like to be heard further?
Just asking the court to set a hearing where he would be held without bond. I'm not going to do that in this case, but do want to say he's on release. He failed to appear at sentencing. He has prior probation revocations, prior parole revocation, absconsion, NCA 6, FTA 6. In this, he fled from a traffic collision or some sort of traffic event and changed clothes. So there is efforts on his part not to be found that he is making.
Thank you. And defense.
Judge, we're asking for the nominal bond. We recognize that he is already held without bond on other matter.
Thank you. Mr. Wilkins, I am going to order that you're held on a bond of $20,000, pass or secured. If you're released, you'll be released to pretrial services. Monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, and surrender any firearms that are in your possession. I will set your preliminary hearing for March 2nd at 1:30. If you fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand that, sir? Mr. Wilkins?
How did you?
Did you hear the judge said like when the next hearing date going to be? Did you understand that? You need to say.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. That's all for today, sir.
Good evening, I'm Judge Shade, and you, sir, are?
My name is David Herzog, Your Honor.
Mr. Herzog, I've got a couple of warrants here for you. Warrant charge of what occurred on November the 5th of this year. Let's go with November the 3rd first. Charges from November the 3rd, charging you with burglary, 2 counts of theft of credit card. We'll appoint public defender's office to represent you on these charges. Set an arraignment date for February 27th at 1:30. In the afternoon. And did either counsel wish to be heard further on conditions?
No, Your Honor. Yes, please, Judge. So I'm sure the court has already noted, but Mr. Herzog was sentenced to the Department of Corrections in one of his cases.
Probation
that-
revocation, sentenced to a year with credit for 205 days. Yep.
Yes, Judge. So, Judge, I would just ask the court to consider setting $5,000 bonds each on both these cases so he can navigate these ones and go from there. Thank you.
Anything further from the state other than the $25,000 bond request, which is the amount on the warrants?
Nothing further, Judge.
Bond, and I'll set the bond on the second file as well. The same of $10,000 pretrial services. Supervision if you post the bonds, but if you post the bonds, they're going to take you to DOC. So no alcohol or illegal drugs. The other
Judge,
warrant,
oh, sorry, nothing.
the other warrant is from November the 5th. Charges November the 5th. Possession of narcotic drug, possession of dangerous drugs, and possession of paraphernalia. So actually, the bond on this one will make $5,000. Again, arraignment will be February 27th at 1:30. No alcohol or illegal drugs. And I'd suggest do not discuss these matters with anyone except your attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Herzog.
Good evening, Your Honor. This is the Spanish interpreter. May the court confirm for the jail if there's any Spanish speakers requiring the interpreter? I don't see any on my list.
I will check.
Thank
Jill,
you.
What's our status? Do we have any?
No Spanish speakers, Judge.
All right, and we'll get in touch with you if that changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Interpreter will now disconnect.
Good evening, I'm Judge Judy. Yes, sir.
Morning, Stone.
Mr. Stone, been in complaint charging you with 2 counts of robbery alleged to have occurred on about the 18th of November. Will appoint public defender's office to represent you on these charges. And did either counsel wish to be heard further on conditions? The state is requesting a $25,000 bond.
Yes, Judge. So because Mr. Stone is already being held on a $100,000 bond on a separate matter that he has been unable to post, I do understand that this is a serious offense. So in light of everything, we would be requesting a $7,500 bond for typewriter purposes.
All right, preliminary hearing date to be March the 2nd at 1:30. Bond will be $10,000. If you post the bond, you'll be released to pretrial services on this matter, but you've got the other bond, so you're not going to go anywhere. No alcohol, illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victims or any potential co-defendants, except through legal counsel. You don't go back to the incident location. You also need to comply with behavioral health and substance abuse assessment and treatment to the extent that that's available while you're in custody, and if out of custody, as directed by pretrial services. Thank you, Mr. Stone.
And Judge, may I be briefly excused in the court handles misdemeanors?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Judge Shade, and you are?
Station Anton.
Ms. Anton, I have a number of things here for you. We'll start with new charges from today. Criminal trespass. I-10 frontage road. Vicinity of Speedway. Because you have other matters and a significant failure to appear history, I'm going to hold you on a $100 bond on this. And appoint Peter Gutierrez to represent you. Your next court date on this matter is going to be on Monday, the 23rd. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the Pima County Justice Court. No alcohol or illegal drugs, you're not to go to the incident location. To the extent that it's available, you're to comply with substance abuse assessment and treatment while you're in custody. If you're out of custody, you need to obtain substance abuse assessment and treatment. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I could read her lips, but thanks for doing that anyway. Then I have several files out of Tucson City Court. I have charges that go back to September the 1st for soliciting from a median, failing to appear on September the 15th. You were then arrested on October the 17th. Given a court date, pretrial services released you that day, gave you a court date of November the 25th. You didn't appear that day. You were then arrested on December the 1st, given a court date of December the 30th, and you didn't appear then either. Charges from September the 2nd for possession of paraphernalia, possession of prescription-only drug, the second count of possession of paraphernalia. Again, the same failure to appear history. Charges from October the 17th for possession of paraphernalia. Failing to appear after twice after pretrial services released you. Charges from December the 1st. Criminal trespass and possession of paraphernalia. Failing to appear in court on December the 30th. City Public Defender's Office will be appointed to represent you on these matters. Again, no alcohol or illegal drugs. You don't go back to any of the incident locations. Substance abuse assessment and treatment. If you post the bond, your court date's March the 19th at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in front of Judge Cranshaw, courtroom number 15. It's where he usually is. If you don't post the bond, you'll be seen on February the 27th. That's a week from today at sometime after 1:45 in the afternoon, unless your attorney moves to continue it. Right? Thank you.
Amen.
Good evening. I'm Judge Shayad, and you, sir, are
Dean Bullock.
Mr. Bullock. I have warrant here out of Pima County Justice Court for domestic violence criminal damage. Alleged occurred on or about August the 31st of 2024. You may.
Where was that?
Was August 13th, about a year and a half ago. Looks like you were supposed to be in court perhaps in April of last year and didn't appear. We'll appoint Peter Gutierrez to represent you on these charges. Set court date for Monday at 1 o'clock. Bond will be the amount the judge requested of $200. No acts of domestic violence. You need to comply with any previous conditions of release. We also have new charges from today for criminal trespass.
That's just my dog.
Pardon me?
My dog.
Again, your next court date will be Monday at 1 o'clock. On this matter, because you've got the bond on the other matter, I'll release you. No alcohol or illegal drugs. You don't go back to the incident location there. Looks like I-10 and 22nd Street. Then I have 6 files out of Tucson City Court. I have charges of possession of paraphernalia from June the 4th of 2024. So almost a year and a half ago. Looks like you wanted to be transferred to community court. Didn't appear. Charges from October 9th of 2024. Possession of paraphernalia, failing to appear in October of 2024. And again, in September of this year, when you came in to try and get your warrant quashed. Criminal trespass, March 4th, so almost exactly a year ago. 1001 East Palmdale. And again, failing to appear. Criminal trespass on May 22nd. 400 North Tool. Possession of paraphernalia, failing to appear. Criminal trespass on August 27th. Also on Palmdale, but it looks like a slightly different address. 1101 East Palmdale. Failing to appear in court on September the 9th. Citation from September the 3rd. Possession of paraphernalia, prescription-only drugs, and having an unlicensed animal. Failing to appear on September the 16th. Yeah, the City Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. You don't return to any of those incident locations. The trespasses, that's I-10 and 22nd, 1001 East Palmdale, 400 North Tool, 1101 East Palmdale or 2 North Freeway. No alcohol or illegal drugs. Bond is $250. Your next court date in or out of custody is going to be March the 2nd. That's a week from Monday at about 1:45 in the afternoon. And someone from your attorney's office will come out and talk to you. Thank you, Mr. Bullock. I checked it on page 2, but not on page 1. Good evening. I'm Judge Shade, and you, sir, are
Manuel Castro.
Mr. Castro. I have an indication. Charging you with domestic violence assault, domestic violence disorderly conduct, domestic violence criminal damage, domestic violence preventing the use of telephone in emergency, particularly 3 counts of particularly dependency of minors. These are alleged to have occurred on February the 15th. Your next court date on this matter is going to be February 26th at 8:30 in the morning. Do you understand that you need to be present in the Green Valley Justice Court at that time?
I do understand.
Standard conditions of release, violate no laws, appear at all court dates, remain within the state of Arizona unless you receive permission of the court to leave the state. Do you understand that?
Do.
No acts of domestic violence, no alcohol or illegal drugs. You don't return to the residence except with law enforcement to get your personal belongings. And again, you do not leave the state of Arizona without written permission of the court. Your court date is next week, the 26th. So that's Thursday next week at 8:30 in the morning in the Green Valley Justice Court. All right. Thank you, Mr. Castro.
Stand up, sit outside.
Wesley?
Good evening. I'm Judge Shade, and you, sir, are
Let's take those take unit.
Mr. Peak. We'll start with warrant out of Pima County Justice Court. Charges from June the 22nd. Disorderly conduct, disturbing the peace. Failing to appear in court on July the 23rd. Because of the number of failures to appear you have in city court, I'm going to hold you a $100 bond on this matter as well. Appoint Peter Gutierrez to represent you. Court date will be Monday at 1 o'clock. You don't have any contact with any of the alleged victims. Then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 files out of Tucson City Court. I have charges from today for obstructing highway, resisting arrest, and possession of paraphernalia. City of Stone and Fort Lowell. I have charges from July 18th of 2023 for criminal trespass. Looks like you were supposed to be in court on June the 24th after you were released from custody by pretrial services, it looks like. Or no, you. A number of failures to appear. Charged with possession of paraphernalia on September the 13th, failing to appear on September the 14th. Criminal trespass November 24th of 2023. 1002 North Main. Along with failures to appear. Charged for criminal damage and disorderly conduct on December 14th of 2023. Along with failures to appear. Indecent exposure to a minor on September 15th of 2024. Failures to appear in court. False reporting to law enforcement on May 15th of 2025. Failing to appear in court. We'll appoint City Public Defender's Office to represent you on these charges. If you post the bond, you need to appear in court on March the 2nd at 1:45. If you haven't posted the bond, you'll be seen on video. Someone from your attorney's office will come out and talk with you about this. Thank you, Mr. Peak. Good evening, I'm Judge Shade, and you are
Russell Webster.
Ms. Webster. I've got a couple sets of warrants here for you. Charges from February 25th of last year, so just about a year ago, for disorderly conduct, failing to appear. Then in April, and then charges of domestic violence assault from June 18th of last year. Looks like you were supposed to be in court sometime in December. Judge Piscata has specifically set a $999 bond on these. I'll appoint Gary Grunquist to represent you. Your next court date is going to be Monday, the 23rd at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. No acts of domestic violence. You need to abide by all previous conditions of release. And I'd suggest you not discuss the matter with anyone except your attorney. Right. Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Or Mr. Webster.
Where am I going now?
I'm here, third green.
Oh.
Yes, sir. I can take some.
Good evening, I'm Judge Shade, and you are?
Good evening, Angel on Green.
All right, that's not who I had next up on my list, so. Let me change gears here. Current citations here charging you with domestic violence disorderly conduct alleged to have occurred earlier today. We also have a petition to revoke your probation. Alleging that you didn't report to CSM, you failed to complete substance abuse treatment, you didn't complete psychiatric evaluation and treatment. We'll appoint City Public Defender's Office to represent you on these charges. Okay. PTR They have to be 7 to 20 days, so we couldn't use this update. Well, I was gonna say, although is that, hold on. Actually, that does fall just within the 20 days because of the short months, so we're good. All right, bond is $500. If you post the bond, your court date's March the 11th at 9 a.m. If you haven't posted the bond, you'll be seen a week from today, February 27th at 1:45. No alcohol, illegal drugs, no accidental domestic violence, no contact with your mother. You don't go anywhere near her residence. Do you understand that? Right? Thank you, Mr. Green.
Green, stand up. Open up the door.
Yeah.
Good evening, I'm Judge Shayad, and you are?
Judge Boone.
Ms. Bone. I have quite a number of files here for you. I have current charges for public sexual indecency and indecent exposure to a person greater than 15 years of age. I also have a petition to revoke probation. You failed to attend court, failed to comply with your medication and treatment plan. Bond is $750. Your next court date is March the 2nd at 1:45. Post the bond, you need to appear. If you haven't posted the bond, you'll be seen on video. Right, thank you, Ms. Bit. See who signed that, please. You're right.
Hello, Your Honor.
Good evening, I'm Judge Shayad, and you, sir, are
Elon Dillon, Land Church.
Mr. Contreras. I have quite a stack of things here for you. I have charges from May 7th of this past year, 2 counts of possession of paraphernalia, 1 count of possession or use of drugs in a drug-free school zone, 1 count of possession of prescription drugs, 1 count of urinating or defecating in public, as well as failing to appear in court. Looks like on more than 1 occasion. Not staying in contact with your attorney. Charges for possession of paraphernalia, 1401 West Grant on May the 12th. Possession of paraphernalia on July the 10th. Possession of paraphernalia and prescription only drugs on August the 31st. Shoplifting on December the 22nd. Failing to appear and shoplifting on January the 26th. In possession of paraphernalia and failing to appear. Will reappoint public defender's office to represent you on these charges. Bond is $500. Post the bond, your court date is March the 24th at 9:30 in the morning in the Tucson City Court. If you haven't posted the bond, you'll be seen next Friday. video sometime after 1:45. You don't go back to the Ronstadt Transit Center, to any Circle K, or to 3699 East Broadway. No alcohol or illegal drugs, including prescription drugs not prescribed to you. Do you understand that? Do you understand that, Mr. Landaville Contreras?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Right, and I'd suggest you not discuss the matter with anyone except your attorney. Why would you fill out the 2 pages, but I signed them all. Okay, thanks. Right. Ms. Landaville Contreras is excused. Good evening, I'm Judge Shade, and you, sir, are
Mr. Manager,
Mr. Manji. Citation here from today for possession of paraphernalia. Does Mr. Manji have another hold? Aha. I'm going to release you on these charges, but appoint the public defender's office to represent you because you do have a felony warrant that is holding you. Your next court date is going to be March the 13th at 9 o'clock in the morning. If you're still in custody, then your attorney will appear and address the court. If you're out of custody, you need to appear. No alcohol or illegal drugs. Out of custody, substance abuse assessment and treatment. Do you understand that?
I have no hold right now. That's what I'm not understanding. I have no hold. I was in Amity Treatment Center on the 21st of November when they issued the warrant.
I can't do anything about that Superior Court warrant. You'll be seen sometime next week on that. All right, thank you. Yeah, you might need to white out and write over so it's clear. I didn't realize the hold. Good evening, I'm Judge Judy. You, sir, are
No, Mr.
Mr. Maristo. I have warrant here charging you with violation of court order, criminal trespass, possession of paraphernalia on October the 11th of 2025, failing to appear on October the 22nd of 2025. Looks like you were then arrested on November 17th. Pretrial services released you and gave you a court date of December the 18th. You didn't appear that day either. So how can I expect you to appear in court if I release you again?
All this stuff behind me, it's all misdemeanor stuff, and I just want to go forward.
Pardon me?
I just want to go forward.
Well, but in order to go forward, you need to show up in court.
I know, I will. This time. I got a place to stay now, and I can go to court now. I was homeless before, but now I'll be able to make it to court easier now.
I will give you another chance, but you need to be in Tucson City Court on March the 23rd at 2:30. You don't
March
get the
23rd.
at 2:30.
All right.
No alcohol or illegal drugs, substance abuse assessment treatment. You don't go back to 1401 West Grant. You have contact with the victims and you abide by all court orders. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Muristo. Good evening, I'm Judge Shayad and you are
Stephen Scott.
Mr. Scott. Got a couple files here for you. Charges from June 24th of 2025 for possession of paraphernalia, 4302 North Oracle. Looks like you appeared on July the 7th of last year. And you were given a court date of August the 20th. You didn't appear on August the 20th. You were then arrested on October the 17th, and pretrial services released you, told you to come to city court on November the 20th. You didn't come to court on November the 20th. On time, anyway. You were then set for a motion to quash hearing on December the 8th, and you appeared. The warrant was quashed. You were given a court date of January the 29th. You didn't appear. Well, actually, they moved that to February 3rd, and you didn't appear on February the 3rd. So I have an additional file from October the 17th for possession of paraphernalia, camping in the wash. If you're given a court date, will you appear? Jail, you've muted him for some reason. Please unmute.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, I will.
Right, your next court date is going to be March the 24th at 9 o'clock in the morning in the Tucson City Court. No
Okay.
alcohol or illegal drugs. Substance abuse assessment and violate no laws. substance abuse assessment and treatment. Get working on that. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scott.
And Judge, we have multiple defendants in the courtroom.
All right. So since we have multiple defendants in the courtroom, this is addressed to everyone in the courtroom. Good evening, I'm Judge Fayette. This is the time set for initial appearances. If you have misdemeanor matters, you may be arraigned on those matters as well. It's the time for you to be formally advised of charges against you. For me to set condition of release in your next court date, it is not the time to talk about facts of the cases or ask that charges be dismissed. Conditions of release will always include that you violate no laws, that you appear at all court dates, that you remain within the state of Arizona unless you receive permission of the court to leave the state. There may be additional conditions based on your history, your circumstances, and the events that occurred. And you are
Carolyn Campista.
Ms. Campista, I have a couple of things here for you. I have an interim complaint charging with organized retail theft, alleged to have occurred today.
That's correct.
We'll appoint public defender's office to represent you on these charges, and if either counsel wish to be heard further on conditions.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, Judge. I understand the state's requesting a bond, but Ms. Campista has absolutely no criminal history on the felony front. It's a class 4 felony. She's probation available even if she goes to trial and loses, although probation is not mandated. But Judge, given a complete lack of felony history and the nature of this crime, we are requesting the court to release her to pretrial services supervision. Thank you.
The problem here that I have is that similar charges on a misdemeanor level, she hasn't appeared in court. And these charges are at the same incident location.
I did appear.
Judge, I do see
It 3 times.
I do see the Sahuarita Municipal Court warrant. It says post adjudicated on the pretrial services report. I don't have that information in front of me regarding the misdemeanor, Judge.
Yep, you're right. She was supposed to complete a course specific to the charge. Hasn't complied.
But Judge, she is telling me that she attended all court hearings, except I think that there was some sort of miscommunication, or she didn't understand that the class was a part of the sentence. So
It's in your workbook.
Okay.
And it's not completed. It's almost completed.
Okay. So you got to get that in. So yeah, let's see if you can release today.
Do you understand that you are not to go to Walmart?
Yes, I do.
I will give you a chance on release to pretrial services. Preliminary hearing date at the Green Valley Justice Court will be March the 12th at 1 o'clock. You don't go back to Walmart and you work on getting a behavioral health assessment and doing any recommended treatment. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
On the misdemeanor matter, your court date will be March you're going to defend that your attorney does not represent you. So if your attorney says you don't need to come to court, you still need to be in Sahuarita Municipal Court on March the 17th at 8:30 in the morning.
Is that Sahuarita Court?
Yes. All right.
Well, that be written down.
Yes, you get paper.
And again, you don't go back to Walmart and a behavioral health assessment and treatment. All right. Thank you, Ms. Campista.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Good evening.
You are. Lady Salvo?
Mr. Salvo, I have a warrant here out of Pima County Superior Court charging you with possession of narcotics, possession of paraphernalia on January the 18th. We'll appoint public defender's office to represent you on these charges, set an arraignment date of February 27th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And did either counsel wish to be heard further on conditions? State is requesting a $500 bond, which is the bond listed on the warrant.
Yes, Judge, from the defense, I did talk to Ms. DeSalvo before court, and she's asking you to advocate for release, noting that she does have that Superior Court hold where she'll see a Superior Court judge.
What?
So,
There's no superior.
oh,
Oh,
you
all
don't
right. It's not noted on the it's not noted on the
jail's list. Yeah, but you have a 2020 case and a 2025 case.
So it makes they together, they must.
They were not put together. No.
So when I think you know, when I got arrested in my last.
Yeah, it seemed
on the steps case and how did the other one get fixed? I didn't get a chance to take care of that.
so we look at that. And Judge, I have the CR number. I'm sure the court has it through the report. So,
Pardon me?
I have the CR number from Superior Court, the CR 2020.
I found it.
Oh, okay.
You know, by now I can find things.
I had a feeling, Judge, but
Warrant was issued almost a year ago.
yeah, and it says failing to appear for status conference, so I think it's post arraignment, in which case she'll see Superior Court.
Right. Looks like she was released to pretrial services on January 19th of last year.
It's one court date that I was on.
She appeared. Although there's no signature on here, but I would guess that she appeared. Given a court case management conference date of February 26th.
She wants to take care of the other case.
Yes, that's what we're trying to figure out. So the judge is looking up the other case. Yeah, so I'm trying to get you the instance because the judge has to, yeah, the judge has to look at the other case.
All right. He did not appear. It was reset for March the 5th. And March the 5th, the warrant was issued. Ms. DeSalvo did not comply with pretrial when she was released previously.
I did. I called in, I spoke to pretrial multiple times. My mom was actually my contact list because I didn't have a phone.
According to pretrial services, you last contacted them on February the 13th of last year and then didn't appear in court.
Right. I wasn't aware of the court. My mom was the contact for that.
It's your responsibility.
Okay, I understand. I didn't have a phone at the time. I apologize. But I do,
The bond will be $500. If you post the bond, then you'll be under supervision of pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs. You've got the other hold anyway, so not like you're gonna be released if I release you tonight. Behavioral and substance abuse assessment and treatment is available in custody or under the direction of pretrial services if you are out of custody. Thank you, Mr. Self.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Oh, did I miss one? I'm sorry. Given the number of pages we had tonight.
Where did you ask me? Where did you got? In my city. One night.
Good evening, I'm Judge Shade and you, sir, are?
Did you go out there?
Mr. Duarte, I have a couple of things here for you. I have a warrant out of Pima County Superior Court charging you with criminal trespass on December the 5th. will appoint public defender's office to represent you on these charges, set an arraignment for February 27th at 1:30. And did either counsel wish to be heard further on conditions? State is requesting the $1,000 bond noted in the warrant.
Nothing further from the state, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor. So looks like Mr. Duarte's last conviction is from 2016, so 10 years old. I understand he has a warrant, but it's for a class 6 felony, the trespassing. I do understand, Judge, that the court has noted some misdemeanor warrants from city court, but given the nature of the charge and given the totality of everything, we are requesting release to pretrial services and one more chance.
There was non-compliance with pretrial services last time. There was never a report to pretrial services. Not appropriate. I'll reduce the bond to $500. Pretrial services if the bond is posted. No alcohol or drugs, no contact with alleged victims, and no return to the incident location. And then, yeah, there's new charges out of city court. Possession of paraphernalia. I will release you on this charge with the court date of March 13th at 9 o'clock in the morning. If you're in custody, that will be a non-transport review with your attorney and the prosecutor and the judge. If you're out of custody, you need to appear. You don't go back to 1902 South Alvernon, and no alcohol or illegal drugs. Thank you, Mr. Duarte.
And that was City Public Defender's Office on the city case. Thank you.
Arturo?
Good evening. I'm Judge Judy, and you, sir.
To the water.
Mr. Juarez, in a complaint charging possession of paraphernalia, possession of narcotic drugs alleged to occur earlier today. The state is asking for a bond because of failure to appear at the jury. So the question is, first question is, do you understand the necessity of appearing in court And will you appear at all of your court dates?
Yes.
Right. It appears that you are eligible, or at least for screening, for a program called STEPS. Essentially a diversion program that requires you to participate in a series of treatment that's designed to fit your needs. And if you successfully complete that, the charges are dismissed without any formal charges. Did you wish to consider that program?
Yes, ma'am.
Time waived for preliminary hearing, counsel,
Yes, Judge, certainly. And I believe that's April 6th.
correct? All right. You're going to be released to the third-party custody of pretrial services. You need to comply with monitoring and treatment under their supervision. You need to comply with STEPS. Behavioral health and substance abuse assessment and treatment. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You don't go back to any Circle Ks. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. Other than in the course of assessments and treatments, I suggest you not discuss these matters with anyone except your attorney. All right. So that takes care of your felony matter.
I'm sorry, Judge, the steps date was the 27th at 9.
Oh, yeah. Let me double check that.
Okay.
No, March 2nd at 9.
Oh, thank you, Judge.
Thank you for reminding me.
Of course.
I also have charges here that go back to August 21st. Disorderly conduct and possession of paraphernalia. Looks like you appeared sometimes and then you stopped coming to court. Your next court date on this is going to be March the 19th at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That'll be in City Court, courtroom 15. Your attorney doesn't represent you on these charges. Again, no alcohol or illegal drugs. You need to comply with steps and pretrial services. No contact with the victims. You don't go back to 6200 South Campbell. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And be sure you come to court on March the 19th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good evening, I'm Judge Shea, and you, sir, are?
Steve Lopez.
Mr. Lopez. Looks like I've got quite a number of things here for you. Warrant out of Pima County Superior Court charging me with possession of dangerous drug, possession of narcotic drugs, possession of paraphernalia from December the 1st of 2025. Narcotic drug violation and paraphernalia violation from November 16th of 2024. Will appoint public defender's office to represent you on these charges. Set an arraignment date of February the 27th, a week from today at 1:30. Did either counsel wish to be heard further on conditions?
No, Your Honor, thank you. Yes, Judge. The only thing I'd like to point out is these were both dismissed cases and then refiled. I understand he's 6 on 6 on the scales and has some city court warrants as well as justice court warrants. But given that this was a refiled judge, I was going to ask for pretrial services release. But if the court's not inclined, we ask for a much lesser bond, given his ability to post that. Thank you. I mean, given his lack of ability to post.
Well, the bond requested by the state is substantially higher than that on the warrant. So the bond will be $1,000 on each file. Pretrial services if the bond is posted. No alcohol, illegal drugs. That would include any paraphernalia.
Ma'am, I have somewhere to stay. I don't need a bond. I can come make sure I make it to court.
Well, that has been quite a problem. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 files out of city court.
I'm gonna see that I'll be able to make it this time.
Well, but you've got a pretty big history of not making it. So the bond will remain. I'm going to change that 3 to a 2. Then we have a warrant out of Pima County Justice Court. Possession of paraphernalia, criminal trespass. And failures to appear. We'll leave that bond at $250. Court date will be Monday at 1 o'clock, and Gary Grinkovich will represent you on that matter. All right, next charge is criminal trespass obstruction on March 27th of 2024. Along with failure to appear on April the 9th of 2024. Looks like you were then in custody on December the 1st, given a court date of January the 20th of January the 12th of this year, and you didn't appear on January the 12th of this year. Charges for criminal damage, criminal trespass on September 10th of 2024. Failures to appear. Possession of paraphernalia, December 18th of 2024. Failures to appear. Criminal trespass, January 15th of 2025. 310 West Saguaro, failures to appear. Possession of paraphernalia and criminal trespass on March the 11th of last year. Failures to appear. And criminal trespass on December 1st. Failing to appear in court. Will appoint City Public Defender's Office to represent you on these charges. Although because of the felony hold, I will release you on these matters and appoint the City Public Defender's Office to represent you. Next court date's March 13th at 9 a.m. If you are out of custody, you need to appear. If you are in custody, it will be a non-transport review. No alcohol or illegal drugs. You don't go back to 2549 North Oracle, 2525 North Oracle, 2301 North Oracle, 310 West Saguaro, or any Circle K. Do you understand that? Do you understand that, Mr. Lopez?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank
Sit
you.
up.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
All done. Fine.
I got my job.
Good evening, I'm Judge Judy. You, sir, are
Sheldon Smith.
Mr. Smith. I have an interim complaint charging you with assault, aggravated assault, disorderly conduct. We'll appoint public defender's office to represent you on these charges, and did either counsel wish to be heard further on conditions?
Judge, I simply want to emphasize to the court that the allegation is that Mr. Smith attacked multiple people without provocation. In this case, 2 people at the Sonora Behavioral Health Facility. Thank you.
And just looking at Mr. Smith's convictions since 2022, all of those involved sentences in the state hospital. Yeah. So, yes, Judge. So, in speaking with Mr. Smith, he tells me he's coping well. He does have a place to live, Your Honor, and he also has maintained a part-time job. So, for all those reasons and the history I just outlined, we're asking for one chance on pretrial services release, although I do acknowledge, Your Honor, that he does have a lengthy criminal history. But as I mentioned, given the sentences on the last few, I think it's pretty obvious that Mr. Smith is dealing with some things in his life right now.
Right.
Thank you.
And perhaps there may be a Title 36 file. So, bond will be $5,000. No contact with the alleged victims. You don't go to their residence or workplaces. No alcohol or illegal drugs. You need to comply with behavioral health assessment and treatment. Preliminary hearing date will be March the 2nd at 1:30. And I'd suggest you not discuss this matter with anyone except your attorney. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Judge Judy, and you, sir.
What is?
Mr. Tejas, in a complaint charging you with third-degree burglary, taking the identity of another person, unlawful possession of narcotic drugs, and unlawful possession of narcotic paraphernalia. alleged to have occurred on or about the 7th of March. We'll appoint public defender's office to represent you on these charges. And did either counsel wish to be heard further on conditions?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. We are asking the court to consider releasing Mr. Tejas to pretrial services supervision. I'll give him information to the transit.
Judge, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. We are asking the court to consider releasing Mr. Tejas to pretrial services supervision. I'll give him information to the transition center if that becomes necessary. The reason for that, Judge, is because the last conviction is from 2013. It's been a while. I do acknowledge the city court warrant that he has. But Your Honor, given that these are non-dangerous, non-violent offenses, Your Honor, we are asking for one more chance on pretrial services release.
All right. Preliminary hearing date will be March the 12th at 1:30. You will be released to the third-party custody of pretrial services. You need to comply with monitoring and treatment. No alcohol or illegal drugs. No contact with the alleged victims. You don't return to the incident locations. And you also need to comply with behavioral health and substance abuse. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Other than in the course of those assessments, I'd suggest you not discuss this matter with anyone except your attorney. And we also have the misdemeanor matters. Charges of domestic violence, disorderly conduct goes back to August of 2022. And it looks like you haven't been terribly good about appearing in court.
You're going to get the paperwork, there's no use in your house.
But then I also have a newer case from June of 25 where you didn't appear in court. Your next court date on the city court charges is March 23rd at 10 o'clock in the morning in Tucson City Court. You need to appear. No matter what your attorney tells you, you need to appear in city court that day. You also need to comply with pretrial services and all previous conditions of release.
Yes, ma'am.
No alcohol or illegal drugs. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Thank you.
So you're almost done. It's even 9 o'clock. I think we're doing just fine.
Even with the amount of stuff that. Your hand getting sore.
Good evening. You are
Not only
And your last name?
Tucker.
Ms. Tucker, I have looks like 3 interim complaints here for you. One from today, charging you with possession of paraphernalia, possession of narcotic drug and promoting prison contraband.